without further ado, let us begin with the first contestant with his story entitled The Honest Woodcutter. Hello? Hello?
Good morning to the honorable judges, teachers, and my fellow friends. Today, I am going to tell you a story titled The Honest Woodcutter. Once upon a time, there was a poor woodcutter in a small village. Though he was very poor, he was very sincere in his work and was very honest. Everyone in the village loved him. Every day, he went to the forest to cut trees. He brought the woods back into the village and sold them out to a merchant and earned his money. He earned just about enough to make a living, but he was very satisfied with his simple living. One fine morning, he took his axe and went to the forest to look for wood. After searching for a long time, he finally found a good tree nearby the river. This tree is good. I can get lots of firewood. So the woodcutter started to cut the tree. Shush, 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 shush. Oh no, my axe! While cutting the tree near the river, his axe accidentally slipped out from his hand and fell into the deep river. The poor woodcutter didn't dare to jump into the river to get his axe back. He sat by the riverbank and started crying bitterly. Oh no, what am I going to do? How would I work without an axe? That's the only axe I had, he cried. Suddenly, a beautiful fairy appeared in front of him. It was the river fairy. What's wrong, my son? Why are you crying? She asked. Oh, river fairy, my axe fell into the river. Now I won't be able to cut wood anymore, he cried. Don't worry, my son. I will help you, said the river fairy and disappeared deep into the river. After some time, the river fairy appeared with a golden axe in her hand. Son, is this your axe? She asked. No, that is not my axe, said the woodcutter. To her surprise, the woodcutter refused to accept the golden axe in her hand. Splash! Once again, the river fairy dived into the river, and this time she appeared with an iron axe in her hand. Son, is this your axe? She asked. Yes, that is my axe, he said. Oh, river fairy, thank you, river fairy. He thanked the river fairy joyously for finding his axe back. The river fairy was pleased and praised the woodcutter for his honesty and devotion to truth. So she gave him his iron axe, the golden axe, as a reward for his honesty. The woodcutter was overwhelmed with happiness and returned home with his newfound wealth. Dear friends, the story teaches us to always be honest. Remember, honesty is the best devotion. It is better to lose something temporarily than losing your integrity and honesty forever. I hope you enjoy my story. Thank you.
Please pick any number on the desk on your left and show it to the Chief Judge. The number.
Number 4, this is your phrase. It was the most beautiful bird in the land. I repeat, it was the most beautiful bird in the land.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Good morning once again to the honorable judges, timekeepers, teachers, and my fellow friends. Today, I'm going to tell you my story about the lion and the beautiful bird. Once upon a time, deep in the jungle, there lived two animals, a lion and a bird. The bird was the most beautiful bird in the land. The lion and the bird were very thirsty because it's a hot day. So they decided to look for water. After searching for a long time, they finally found a small pond, filled it with a little water. When they met, they started fighting and quarreled about who should drink first. I should drink first, said the lion. Should drink first because I found the pond first, said the bird. So they fought for a long time, and then they started to feel very, very tired. They decided to take a rest until they realized that there were vultures flying around them waiting to eat the lion. The bird decided to help the lion. They both decided to drink the water together and make peace. The bird and the lion went home happily ever after. Dear friends, the moral of the story is we must always be considerate. I hope you enjoy my story. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring story. Next, I would like to call upon the second contestant with his story entitled The Gingerbread Man. Attention to all the participants, please don't open the envelope. Just show the number to the chief judge. Once again, don't open the envelope, just pick it up. Show the number to the chief judge. The chief judge will read for you the phrases.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeeper, teachers, and to all of you here. Today, I would like to present a story entitled The Gingerbread Man. The Gingerbread Man. Once upon a time, there lived an old lady along with an old man who lived in a little cottage at the end of the street. One day, the old lady decided to make a gingerbread man, and the old man had got the oven ready, and the old lady began baking. The old lady cautiously put her gingerbread man into the oven to bake. Suddenly, there was a sound coming from the oven. It was a gingerbread man. He ran from the oven and dashed out the door. "Stop, little gingerbread man!" cried the old man and the old lady. But the gingerbread man wouldn't stop. The gingerbread man did not wish to be eaten, and so he shouted, "Run, run, as fast as you can! You can't catch me! I'm gingerbread man! Na 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 na!" And off he ran, all the way along the street towards the garden gate. The cookie was right. Try as he might, the old lady was just too slow. Eventually, he came to a cow's field. "Moo, you look delicious," said the cow. "Moo, I think I'll eat you for my tea." "You need to catch me first," said the gingerbread man. "Run, run, as fast as you can! You can't catch me! I'm gingerbread man! Na 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 na!" And off he ran. The cookie was right. Try as he might, the cow was just too slow. The gingerbread man with a horse in the stable. "Nah, you look tasty," said the horse. "Nah, I think I'll eat you for my tea." "You need to catch me first," said the gingerbread man. "Run, run, as fast as you can! You can't catch me! I'm gingerbread man! Na 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 na!" And off he ran towards the stream. The cookie was right. Try as he might, the horse was just too slow. At the edge of the stream was standing an old sly fox. "Why are you running away?" asked the cunning fox. "They all wanted to eat me," said the gingerbread man. "I think I need to cross the stream." "I can help you," said the fox. "You can hold onto my tail while I'm swim across. I promise you'll not get wet." And that's exactly what the gingerbread man did. "I'm so happy I met you," said the gingerbread man. "Oh no! Oh no! My feet are getting wet!" yelled the gingerbread man. "Then jump on my back." They had been swimming for a little while when all of a sudden, "Oh no! Oh no! I'm getting wet yet again!" yelled the gingerbread man. Then the sly fox said, "Why don't you jump on my ears?" But the gingerbread man still getting wet. Then the sly fox said, "Why don't you jump on my nose?" The gingerbread man jumped, but crunch, crunch, crunch. "My, oh my, what a tasty, tasty treats," said the cunning fox. The cunning fox has eaten him up in one big bite. And that was the end of the poor gingerbread man. Poor gingerbread man, he should not trust the cunning fox easily. So, the moral of the story is, we should always be careful while making a deal with strangers and never trust them easily. Just like what the poor gingerbread man did. Thank you.
Please pick any number on the desk on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Number 7, your phrase is, the ball fell and rolled into the pond. The ball fell and rolled into the pond.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeeper, teachers, and to all of you here. Today, I would like to share about the ball. It was a beautiful evening. Dan and Jen were playing ball around their home. Kids, do not go far, Mommy reminded them. Suddenly, the ball fell into the river. Dan, quick, run after the ball, yelled Jen. They ran around the river, trying to save the ball. Finally, they've got the ball, as it got stuck in some branches beside the river. Hooray, we got the ball. Now we can go back, said Dan happily. But Dan, I'm not sure how to get back, said Dan as he looked around. The sky was turning dark. It was cold in the wood, full of shadows and mist. Dan is in a cold sweat. Dan, this is not fun at all. Then there's a crash and a loud cry. Ooh. He gave Bear a fright. Ah! Oh, Dan, will it hurt us? Asked Dan. How can I tell? Jen replied in fear. It might be a ghost, or a monster, or a horrible brute, cried Dan. No, it's a hoot, I'm sure, said Jen. They found an owl which was trapped under a tree. Let's help the poor owl, said Jen. Please, please, don't hurt us, owl, said Dan. After a few trials, finally, they set the owl free. Yeah, yelled Dan. Do you need to get home? I can show you the way, said the owl. Dan and Jen followed the owl until that's our home, said Jen happily. They waved goodbye. The moral of the story is we should all to have courage, just like Dan and Jen. They helped the owl even though they were very scared. Thank you.
Thank you for the lovely story. Our third contestant for today's competition will present her story entitled The Scorpion and the Frog. Once again, reminder to the contestant, you are given 30 seconds. You are given 30 seconds to think of your story, not straight away. Just think about it first. Before you present, think about it. No hurry.
Hello. A very good morning to the Master of Ceremony, the honorable judges, the headmasters, headmistresses, teachers, and my fellow friends. My name is Anne. Today, I am going to tell you a story entitled The Scorpion and the Frog. Once upon a time, in a cave lived a scorpion. The cave was dark and dingy. The scorpion had no friends, which is something it always wondered about. So, one day it decided to leave its cave. I don't have any friends. I am all alone here. I can't stay here anymore. The scorpion thought, hey, I've got an idea. I should venture out of my comfort zone to look for a new place to stay. Perhaps even I can make some new friends too. So the scorpion left its cave in search for a new house. It looked everywhere, but could not find a suitable house. Soon, the scorpion reached a river nearby. It stood by the river, wondering how to get across. There is no place to stay here. But how should I get to the other side? I can't swim. The scorpion sat by the river and began thinking. The scorpion noticed a frog leaping around. Hello, Mr. Frog. I'm Scorpion. Would you help me with something? The scorpion asked the frog. The frog was suspicious of the scorpion, yet it replied, "How can I help you, Mr. Scorpion?" I need to get across the river. Can you let me ride on your back, please? The scorpion pleaded. No, Mr. Scorpion. I would love to help, but I can't trust you and your stings. The frog exclaimed. Of course, I won't sting you. If I sting you, we both die in an instant. Besides, aren't we friends now? The scorpion told the frog. After considering for some time, you do have a valid point there, Mr. Scorpion. Alright then, I'll take you to the other side, replied the frog thoughtfully. So the scorpion hopped on the frog's back and the frog jumped into the river. The frog began paddling as fast as it could. Suddenly, when they were halfway through, the frog felt something sharp around its back. Oh, what's that? The frog yelled. The frog quickly realized that the scorpion had stung him. Why you sting me, Mr. Scorpion? The frog screamed as dizziness started to take over him. Now both of us shall drown. Without any regrets, the scorpion said, What can I say? This is my nature. I should not have trusted this scorpion. The frog regretted as he drowned slowly. Dear friends, some people can't overcome their innate nature even when it works against their interest. Much like the scorpion, a tiger never changes its stripes. Hence, progress is impossible without change. And those who cannot change their minds cannot change everything. Thank you.
Please pick any number on the desk on your left and show it to the Chief Judge.
Envelope number 3. Your phrase is, all the wishes will come true if. I repeat, all the wishes will come true if.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
A very good morning to the Master of Ceremony, the honorable judges, the headmasters, headmistresses, teachers, and my fellow friends. The title of my impromptu story is, All the Wishes Will Come True If. Once upon a time, there lived a king. His name was King Midas. He was the richest king of all time. But he never gets enough of his gold, wishing that one day he would have a power called the Golden Touch. Suddenly, a fairy appeared beside of him. Hi, King Midas. I'm your fairy godmother. I'll grant your wish. All the wishes will come true if you can bear the consequences. I ask you to give me gold, not advice. The fairy felt very disappointed. It gave King Midas the golden touch and disappeared. When the King Midas came back to his castle, he touched everything he can see. He touched trees, tables, curtains, and many, many other things. But he can neither eat nor drink anymore. When he wanted to drink coffee, the coffee turned into gold. Suddenly, his daughter came. Daddy, Daddy, can you help me? King Midas, without thinking, agreed. Yes, my dear, sure. So he hugged his daughter. His daughter turned into gold. He summons the fairy, saying, Fairy, give me my daughter back. I don't want this power anymore. Please. The fairy came. King Midas, I've seen you learned your lesson. All right then, I'll let you go just this once. Abracadabra! King Midas' daughter turned into human again. They lived happily ever after. Dear friends, the moral of this story is, never be greedy because it's too costly. Thank you.
Thank you for the interesting story. Next, let us invite our fourth contestant with her story entitled The Birth of the Turtle.
Hello? Look, look! Father, father! There's a group of little turtles. Aw, they're so cute. Hi! Today I'm going to share an exciting story. The title of my story is The Birth of the Turtles. Last Saturday, Amanda was really excited. They had waited for many days. But finally, that night, the baby turtles would hatch out on the beach. So her father was going to take her to see them. La 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 la. We are going to the beach. We are going to the beach to see the turtles hatch. Amanda and her father got up when it was still dark, took the torches and carefully made their way through the beach. Her father made her promise to respect the baby turtles, not to make any noise and to do what he told her. Well, Amanda was willing to do almost anything if it meant that she could go and see the turtles hatch. She didn't really know what it would be like. But her older brother had told her that the turtles are born on the beach, just a few meters from the water's edge. After hatching, they quickly scuttled towards the sea. All that sounded very exciting to her. Crouching quietly by the light of only one of the torches on a low setting, Amanda and her father waited. She looked all over, hoping to see Mother Turtle, and she almost missed the appearance of the first baby turtle. It was so tiny. It moved very clumsily, ding dong ding, like most babies. And without waiting for either its brothers or sister or mother, it started to scuttle towards the sea. Amanda and her father stayed hidden and quiet, watching the wonderful spectacle of that crazy race to the sea. But then something horrible happened. Some seagulls and other birds arrived and they started eating some of the little turtles. She kept looking everywhere, hoping to see whether Father Turtle would turn up and give those little turtles a good hiding. But he never came. Amanda was watching all of this with tears in her eyes. And when the first group of baby turtles finally reached the sea and were safe from the birds, she gave out a little cry of happiness. Amanda learned so much about the turtles that night. On their way home, all she could think of how happy she was to have a family who had helped her and cared for her so much right from the day she was born. What can we learn from the story? We should be grateful to have a family who always be there for us unconditionally. Thank you for your precious time. I hope you enjoy it. See you again. Goodbye. Thank you.
Please pick your number on the desk on your left, then show it to the Chief Judge.
Envelope number 30. Your phrase is plucked the berries and walked away slowly. I repeat, plucked the berries and walked away slowly.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Hi! Today I'm going to share a story about a slippery floor. Once there was a girl. This girl loves to eat berries. One day she decided to go to the berries farm and planted some berries. And her mother appears, planted the berry first, and then walked away slowly. The girl ignored her mother said, and she just walked away fastly because wants to eat berries pie. And suddenly she slipped on the floor. She said, "Ow, my hand is hurt." The girl cried, and her mother was going to her and said, That's why I talked to you. Do not walk fast, just walk slowly because the floor is slippery." What can we learn from the story? Just hear what they're talking about and do not do something dangerous like this girl who slipped on the floor. That's the story and the moral value that I have presented to you. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you for the beautiful story. Now, let us welcome our fifth contestant with her story entitled The White Rose.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, faithful timekeepers, loving teachers, fellow friends, and audiences. My name is Auni Zahira binti Iswandi from Sekolah Kebangsaan Kampung Gumpe, Simunjan. Today, I'm going to tell you a story. The title is The White Rose. The White Rose. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy. In the garden filled with these bushes, out from between a load of grass and weeds, there appeared, as if from nowhere, a white rose. It was as white as driven snow. Its petals looked like velvet, and the morning dew shone from its leaf like resplendent crystal. Unfortunately, the flower couldn't see herself, so she had no idea how pretty she was. And so it was that she had spent her few days of her life until wilting set on, without knowing that all around her were amazed by her and her perfection. Her perfume, the softness of her petals, her elegance. She didn't realize that everyone who saw her spoke well of her. The weeds that surrounded her were fascinated by her beauty and lived in the state of enchantment at her aroma and appearance. One hot sunny day, a girl was strolling through the garden, thinking about how many lovely things Mother Nature has given us, when she suddenly saw a white rose in the forgotten part of the garden. The rose was beginning to fade and wilt.
It's day Susie rain, she thought. If the rose stays here till tomorrow, it'll be totally withered. I'll take it home and put it in the lovely vase I got as a present, she thought again.
And so she did. With all her love, she put the wilting white rose in the water inside a lovely colorful glass vase and placed it by the window.
Aha! I'll put it here, so the flower can get some sun,
she thought again. And so she did. With all her love, she put the with what the young girl didn't realize was that the reflection from the window meant that for the first time, the rose got to see herself and what she looked like.
Is that me?
Thought the rose. Little by little, her drooping leaf began to rise, once again stretching up towards the sun, and gradually the rose recovered her former appearance. When she was totally back to her best, she looked at her reflection and saw she was indeed a beautiful flower. She thought,
Wow! I hadn't realized who I was. How could I have been so blind?
The rose came to realize that she had spent her few days without appreciating her beauty, unable to see herself, unable to know who she really was. The moral of the story is, if you really want to know who you are, forget everything around you and just look into your heart. That's all from me. Thank you for lending me your ears.
Please pick any number on the desk on your left, then show it to the chief judge.
Okay, envelope number 27. Your phrase is giving everyone a blue rose before leaving. Your phrase is, I repeat, giving everyone a blue rose before leaving.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, faithful timekeepers, loving teachers, fellow friends, and audiences. My name is Auni Zahira binti Iswandi from Sekolah Kebangsaan Kampung Gumpe, Simunjan. Today, I'm going to tell you a story. The title is The Blue Rose. The Blue Rose. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy. Once upon a time, there is a girl from another there is a girl plants a blue rose in her garden. She wanted to give the blue rose to her friends. Tomorrow, she plucked the rose and hold it. She bring it to the school for her friends. She gave it to her three best friends, Maria, Manja, and Maya. Maya asked, "Why do you give me the blue rose?" says Maya. And she said, "Because tomorrow I wanted to leave the school." And Manja said, "Why do you want to leave the school?" And she said, "Because my mom have the business trip to the another country, so I need to pack my things." She say, before packing her things. Well, Manda said, "Well, see you soon. I hope we can meet again," said Manda. The moral of the story is, don't forget your friends and you will meet them soon. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful story. Soft reminders to all the contestants. You can introduce yourself, but don't mention your school's name or your PPD. Once again, you can introduce yourself, but please don't mention your school's name or your PPD. Thank you. Our sixth contestant will present her story entitled The Magic Window.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, loyal timekeeper, teachers, fellow contestants, and audiences. My name is Dayang Arya, and I am going to tell you a story entitled The Magic Window. Once upon a time, there was a little boy who became very ill. He had to spend all day in bed, unable to move. Because other children weren't allowed to come near him, he suffered greatly and spent his days feeling sad and blue. There wasn't much he could do except look out of the window. Time passed, and his feelings of despair just grew, until one day he saw a strange shape in the window. It was a penguin eating a sausage sandwich. The penguin squeezed through the open window, said good afternoon to the boy, turned around and left again. Of course, the boy was very surprised. He was still trying to work out what had happened, when outside his window, he saw a monkey wearing a nappy, busy blowing up a balloon. At first, the boy asked himself what it could possibly be. After a while, as more and more crazy-looking characters appeared, he burst out laughing, found it hard to stop. Anyone wanting to stop laughing would never be helped by seeing a pig playing a tambourine, an elephant jumping on a trampoline, or a dog wearing a pair of glasses. The boy didn't tell anyone about this, because who would have believed him? Even so, those strange characters ended up putting joy back in his heart and in his body. Before long, his health had improved so much that he was able to go back to school again. There he got to talk to all of his friends and tell them the strange things he had seen. While he was talking to his best friend, he saw something sticking out of his friend's school bag. The boy asked his friend what it was, that he finally had to show him what was in the bag. There inside were all the fancy dress-up suits and disguises that the little boy had been using to cheer the little boy up. And so, the little boy always did his best to make sure no one ever felt sad.
Please pick your number on the desk on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 1. Your phrase is, they finally made a wise decision. I repeat, they finally made a wise decision.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, loyal timekeeper, teachers, fellow contestants, and audiences. My name is Dayang Arya, and I'm going to tell you a story entitled Choices of Big. Once there was a village, a very nice village. They sold many things. There was one school who had many competitions, and so on. One day, the headmaster of the school decided to make another competition. It may be a story competition or a poetry competition. They only had to choose one. So the headmaster asked all the teachers. When he asked all the teachers didn't really want to decide. So one of the teachers said, "Headmaster, why don't we ask the students?" Then the headmaster said, "That's a great idea." So the next day, he went to every single class in his school and asked them, "Which competition would you like to choose? A storytelling competition or a poetry competition?" Everyone didn't decide, so he tried to decide himself. When he tried at home, it was a big problem. He needed everyone to decide because he doesn't know which one to. So the other day, he asked the teachers one more, "Please decide." And one of them said, "Headmaster, no, we can't. We don't know." So he asked the same thing again and again. On Friday, he asked classes. When he went to a class, he asked them, "Hello, would you like to choose a competition between poetry or storytelling?" One of them said, maybe we should try voting." So then the teachers voted. Then it was a hard decision to make. My apologies, I cannot go on. Thank you.
Thank you for your encouraging story. Next, I would like to invite our seventh contestant with her story entitled The Clever Rabbit and the Wolves.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ivy Chen Yihan. Today, I'm going to tell you a story entitled The Clever Rabbit and the Wolves. The Clever Rabbit and the Wolves. Clever Rabbit was busy eating grass in the woods. Suddenly, he saw a large wolf-shaped shadow looming over him. He looked to the left and looked to the right. Could he escape? No. There was a pack of greedy-looking wolves surrounding him. He slowly spun around. His worst fears were confirmed. He was smack in the middle of a ring of hungry wolves. "Dinner time! Ha ha ha!" said the chief wolf, licking his lips. "Wait!" cried Clever Rabbit. "What for?" asked the chief wolf, coming closer, sharp teeth gleaming and red tongue lolling. Clever Rabbit had to think of something before he was munched. "My dance!" he cried. "You've never seen it. I can dance gracefully." "But I don't want to see your dance," snarled the chief wolf. I like to," said one of the little wolves. Clever Rabbit began to tap his boots. "La la la," he sang. "Copy me, everyone. La la la." And all the wolves began tapping their feet. "La la la, la la la," they sang in their growly voice. "What now?" asked the little wolves. "Clap your hand and spin around, spin, spin, spin around. Clap your hand and spin around, spin, spin, spin around." Clever Rabbit starts singing and spun around. All the wolves repeat after him. "This is so easy," said the chief wolf. He put his paws on his hips. He licked his lips again. "Now, try it faster," said Clever Rabbit, spinning around. "Clap your hand and spin around, spin, spin, spin around. Clap your hand and spin around, spin, spin, spin around." He sang again and again. The wolves spun around and around. They stumbled and tripped and fell in a heap, dizzy and wobbling. Clever Rabbit kept singing, but as he sang, he crept further and further away. All of a sudden, the chief wolf remembered about the rabbit. "Where's that rabbit?" asked the chief wolf. All the wolves looked around. Sadly, they can't find the rabbit anywhere. "He's gone!" cried the little wolves. "He just disappeared over that hill." And all the wolves were too dizzy to chase after Clever Rabbit. The moral of the story is, do not lose courage when you are in grave danger. Use your way to get rid of the problem. Thank you.
Please pick your number on the desk on your left and then show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 15, your phrase is, if only he listened to the advice. I repeat, if only he listened to the advice.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ivy Chen Yi Han. Today, I'm going to tell you a story entitled Only He and Bide. One day, Robbie and his friends were playing bicycles. Can we have a race? Said his friends. Okay, said Robbie. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go, said Robbie. Everyone wants to win, but so they ride it very fast. Please slow down, said Robbie's friends. But no one will listen to it. We just have a race. Why didn't we want to slow down? Said Robbie's friends. Robbie's friends Eden didn't see the bike road got a rocks. Watch out! Sees Robbie's sister. Suddenly, Robbie's friends fall off. Robbie's and his friends quickly bring him go home and talk about what happening to his parents. Two days later, Robbie and his friends go to the hospital to visit his another friends. Are you okay? Robbie asked. I'm not okay, said Robbie's another friends. His friends promise will listening another people. The moral of the story is we need to be carefully where we play, and we need to listening what people say. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice story. Our 8th contestant will entertain us with his story entitled King Midas and the Golden Touch.
A very good morning to our honorable judges, the punctual timekeeper, my beloved teachers, and my fellow friends. Today, I'm going to tell you a story of King Midas and the Golden Touch. King Midas and the Golden Touch. Many years ago, there was a king named King Midas. The king was very, very rich. He had a lot of gold. He was the richest king in the world. But still, he was not happy. He wanted to have more gold as he was greedy. One day, the king was in his room, counting his money when a wizard appeared in the room. The wizard said to the king, "I will give you a wish. What do you want?" The king said, "I want more gold. Gold is the best thing in the world. I wish that everything I touch would turn to gold." The wizard said, "All right, your wish is granted. But I will warn you, this gift will not make you happy." "I will take the risk," said the king. The next day, the king woke up very early. He was eager to see whether his wish came true, and if everything he touched turned to gold. The king touched his bed lightly with his hand. The bed turned to gold. He touched a chair and a table. As soon as he touched them, they both turned to solid gold. The king felt extremely happy. He ran around the room, touching everything he could see. Everything turned to shining yellow gold. Soon, the king felt hungry, so he went to the kitchen to eat his breakfast. But when he picked up a glass of water and tried to drink it, the water turned to gold. He wanted to eat some bread, but when he touched the bread, it turned to gold again. He could not eat or drink anything. Everything was gold. His daughter came running into the room. The king loved his daughter very much, and he gave her a big hug. But as soon as he touched his daughter, she turned to a golden statue. She could not move. The king felt very sad and fear. In his sadness, he cried out to the wizard who had given him the gift of the golden touch. "Wizard!" he called. "Please take away this horrible gift. Take all my gold. Take all my money. Take everything. Just give me back my daughter." The wizard appeared and stood in front of the king. "Do you still think that gold is the best thing in the world?" asked the wizard. "No, no," cried the king. "I hate gold. I don't want any more of it." "All right," said the wizard. "Sprinkle this water on the things that you have touched and turned to gold." King Midas sprinkled the water on the head of his daughter. Instantly, she could move again. She was no longer gold. She was no longer again. The king was very happy. Next, the king sprinkled the water on all the things he touched and they'll turn back into original form. Now, the king hates gold, but now he is happy because he has his dear daughter. The story of King Midas teaches us about the dangers of being greedy. The moral of this story is that you should not be greedy and be happy with what you already have. Thank you.
Please pick your number on the desk on your left, then show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 8, your phrase is, they decided to do things together. I repeat, they decided to do things together.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present, okay?
A very good morning to our honorable judges and all the audience. Just now, I have picked up first. So now, I'm going to tell you a story about once upon a time, there was a little boy like to play with their friends. Every morning, he comes to her friend's house to play with their friends. But their friend doesn't like to play with him. And he cried. He was very sad. The next morning, the kid woke up very early. He go to his friend to play with his friend. But on the road, he saw a snake, a very giant snake. And then she walked and walked. When he reached her friend's house, he saw a huge bee. And the bee started to come to him. He ran around and ran. The bees kept in front of him. Suddenly, his friend jumped in front of him. Surprised, his friend got surprised for him. The little boy was very happy. He didn't notice that his friend liked to play with him. The moral of this story is that you should be good to your friends and you should not be bad with your friends. Thank you.
Thank you for the motivating story. I would like to call upon our ninth contestant with her story entitled The Honest Woodcutter.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeepers, teachers, and friends. My name is Olivia Tan. Today, I'm going to tell you a story entitled The Honest Woodcutter. The Honest Woodcutter. Once upon a time, there lived a woodcutter in a small village. He was sincere in his work and very honest. Every day, he set out into the nearby forest to cut trees. He brought the woods back into the village and sold them out to earn his money. He earned just about enough to make a living, but he was satisfied with his simple living. One day, he found one good tree near a river inside the forest. This tree is really good. I can get lots of firewood. So, the woodcutter started to work. Oh no! As the woodcutter was cutting the wood, his axe slipped from his hands and fell into the river. The river was so deep that he could not even think to retrieve it on his own. He started crying. Oh, what am I going to do? I've lost my precious axe. Oh dear, what should I do now? Suddenly, a beautiful angel appeared in front of him and asked, "Why are you crying, my dear woodcutter?" I've lost my axe. Now I won't be able to cut wood anymore. The woodcutter told her how his axe fell into the river. The angel put her hand deep into the river and took out a silver axe and asked, "Is this your axe?" The woodcutter looked at the axe and said, "No." So the angel put her hand back deep into the river again and took out a golden axe and asked, "Is this your axe?" The woodcutter looked at the axe and said, "No." The angel said, "Take a look again, my dear. This is a very valuable golden axe. Are you sure this is not yours?" The woodcutter said, "No, it's not mine. I can't cut trees with a golden axe. It's not useful for me. Moreover, I have never taken things that are not mine. I will never do that." The angel smiled and finally put her hand back deep into the river again and took out his iron axe and asked, "Is this your axe?" To this, the woodcutter said, "Thank you." The angel was very impressed with his honesty. So, she gave him his iron axe and the other two axes as a reward for his honesty. Now, my dear friends, what do you think is the moral of the story? Of course, it's honesty. Yes, honesty is the best policy. Thank you.
Please pick your number on the desk on your left and then show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 10. Your phrase, stepping on the colorful rocks near the waterfall. I repeat, stepping on the colorful rocks near the waterfall.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Once again, a very good morning to the honorable judges, teachers, and friends. I am going to present my impromptu story about the lazy horse. There was a boy named Tom. He was a kind trader. He traded salt. He had a lazy horse who wanted to avoid work. One day, when Tom put sacks of salt onto the horse's back, the horse started walking. Meanwhile, Tom was collecting food. When the horse was walking by a waterfall, he accidentally slipped and fell in the water. Please help me! When he got back up, he noticed that the sacks of salt had become lighter because the salt had dissolved in the water. Then he continued on his walk. The next day, the horse continued to do this for the next 2 weeks. Then, one day, Tom decided to follow the horse. Then, Tom noticed his plan. You lazy horse. I will teach you a lesson. The next day, instead of putting sacks of salt on the horse's back, he put sacks of cotton. So when the horse slipped, the bags get heavier because the cotton has absorbed the water. So Tom stood on the colorful rocks beside the waterfall. Haha, you lazy horse! Finally, you have learned your lesson. The moral of the story is, we should not be lazy because laziness will always ruin you. Thank you.
Thank you for your mind-blasting story. Now, let us continue with the 10th contestant with his story entitled Three Little Lambs.
Greetings to the honorable judges, timekeepers, dear teachers, and my fellow friend. My name is Elden Avis. Today, I would like to tell you a story entitled The Three Little Lambs. The Three Little Lambs. Once upon a time, in a lush of green pasture, three little lambs named Fluffy, Cotton, and Snowy decided to build their own homes. I'll build my house with soft and cozy wool. It'll be warm and comfortable. I'll use twigs and branches to build my house. It'll be sturdy and easy to make. I want my house to be the safest. Bricks are the best choice for me. Fluffy and Cotton started building their homes quickly, while Snowy worked diligently to create his strong brick house. Well, what do we have here? Three little lambs and their houses. Huh? Who are you? I am Gruff, the big bad wolf, and I'm feeling hungry. Please leave us alone. Not until I've had a taste of you three little lambs. Ha 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 ha. Gruff blew mightily and easily knocked down Fluffy's wool house. Oh no! I need to find a safe place. Fluffy rushed to Cotton's twig house, seeking for shelter. Little lambs, let me in. Not by the wool on our little lamby chin chin. But Gruff's powerful breath blew down Cotton's twig house too. The two little lambs quickly ran to Snowy's brick house. Fear not, my friends, you're safe here. Grrr. Little lambs, let me in. Not by the wool on our little lamby chin chin. Gruff huff and puff, but he could not break down Snowy's sturdy brick house. Grrr, curse your strong house. Gruff tried to find a way in through the chimney, but the three little lambs were clever and had prepared a surprise. Let's light the fireplace. They lit a fire in the fireplace, and Gruff's tail got burnt when he tried to enter. He ran away howling in pain. Thank you, Snowy. Your brick house saved us. I'm glad I could protect us. Remember, united we stand. From that day on, the three little lambs lived happily in their cozy brick house, knowing that they were safe and strong together. The end.
Please pick your number on the desk on your left and then show it to the chief judge.
Envelope 29, your phrase is running away as fast as lightning. I repeat, running away as fast as lightning.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Greetings once again to the honorable judges, timekeepers, dear teachers, and my fellow friend. My name is Eldon Avis. Today, I would like to tell you a story entitled The Naughty Person. Once upon a time, in a village, there lived a person who loves to prank people. His name was Tom. He had 3 lambs. Every day he would prank people. Help! Help! There's a dragon trying to eat my lamb. The village goes to Tom, and Tom laughed. Ha ha ha! I pranked you guys. The village was mad and went back to minding their own business. Then, the other day, Tom pranked the village again. Help! Help! There's a dragon! The village goes to Tom, and Tom laughs again. Ha ha ha! You got pranked by me again. The villager was so mad that they will not listen to Tom again. Then, the other day, Tom tried to prank the villager again. Help! Help! There's a dragon! But the prank went wrong. There was a real dragon trying to eat his lamb. The villager ignored. Tom went to the village and told people what had happened. But the village didn't believe him. He ran as fast as the lightning. To his disappointment, and he had lost his 3 lambs. The moral of the story is, don't prank people. Thank you.
Thank you for the inspiring story. We will have a short break to freshen up, and we will start again at 10:20. Attention to all the contestants. We will continue this competition shortly. Please take your seat. Hope all the contestants are all in the hall so that we can continue with our competition. Next, I would like to call upon the 11th contestant with her story entitled The Silver Bell.
Hello? Hello? Thank you, the chairperson. A very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeepers, teachers, and my fellow friends. Today, I would like to present to you a story entitled The Silver Bell. Once upon a time, there was a group of pirates who set out on a voyage. The wind was good and everything was fine. The pirates were happy. The pirate ship sailed across the sea. Their aim was to find some treasures in some desert island, so they can be rich and never live poor again. Suddenly, the weather changed. Soon, there were black clouds in the sky. Then, a storm struck. Boom, 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 boom. The ship was blown to the coast of an island. In the midst of the storm, a pirate shouted. Did you hear that? Ding, ding. Did you hear that? Dong, dong. What? Asked another pirate. A bell. I heard a bell, said the captain. They were lucky. The ship landed safely on the beach of the island. Nobody was hurt. The gang of the pirates went ashore. Where are we, Captain? One of the pirates asked. I don't know, the captain answered with a puzzled face. Then they saw a huge silver bell. The bell was very shiny and must be worth a lot of money. The pirates were all and shouted, Wow! Such a big bell! Everyone they rushed to the bell. They're very excited. Yeah! We are rich! We are rich! The bell was attached to a rock by a huge chain. They examined the bell for a while, and one of the pirates said, If we sell this bell, we shall have a lot of money. Everyone looked at each other and said, What can we do with this giant bell? What can we do with this giant bell? Aha! Let us break the chain. Pia! They carried the bell to the ship. Then a good wind came along and blew. Foo! The pirates sailed away with the bell. Dang, 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 dang! They sold the bell and got a lot of money. They were very happy, and everyone had a jolly good time. However, even though they have a lot of money, it can never last forever. Soon, they realized they had spent all the money and became poor again. They decided to sell the island again to find another silver bell. This time, they faced another storm. It was dark and windy. The parrot could not see very well. There were many rocks around the coast. As there was no bell, there was also no sound to warn them of dangerous rock. Then the ship hit against the rock, and immediately broke the ship into pieces. This time the parrot lost everything they had. They all swam ashore. Looking at his broken ship, the captain sighed and said, "Oh, my ship!" At that time, all realized their loss was due to what they had done in the past. Although they regret their mistakes, but it was too late. They were all heartbroken and miserable. Dear friends, this story tells us that before we do anything, we must think of the consequence of each reaction we are taking. Therefore, friends, think carefully before you act. Thank you.
Please pick your number from the desk on your left and then show it to the chief judge.
Testing. Envelope number 6, your phrase is promised to never get angry. I repeat, promised to never get angry.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Thank you, the chairperson. A very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeepers, teachers, and my fellow friends. Today, I would like to present to you a story entitled Do Not Promise Do Not to Be Mad Again. Once upon a time, there was an old man with 10 kids. His 10 kids never get along. They fight and argue every day. One day, the old man decided to get his children all along. He went to the forest to find 10 sticks. She gathered the sticks. She wrapped
he wrapped the sticks into a bunch of sticks. Then he gave one stick to each of his kids. Tell them to break the sticks into half. The children break the stick into half. Then the man asked them, Is it easy to break? Yes, the children answered. Then he gathered the sticks into a bunch and gave one of his children to break it in half. The child can't break the stick into half, so he asked each of them to break it in half. But none of them can break it in half. So he asked them, Is it easy to break in half? No, the children answered. So he said, If each of you doesn't get along, you will get hurt easily. If all of you get along, no one will break you in half just like the sticks. So the moral of the story is, don't ever get mad to your friends and get along with them. Thank you.
Thank you for the lovely story. Our 12th contestant for today's competition will present her story entitled Little Red Riding Hood.
Hello. Hello.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeeper, teachers, and fellow friends. The title of my story is Little Red Riding Hood. Once upon a time, there was a little girl who lived with her mother. She was always called Little Red Riding Hood. One day, her mother said to her, "Come, Little Red Riding Hood. Here is a piece of cake and a bottle of drink. Take them to your grandmother." "I will take great care," said Little Red Riding Hood. The grandmother lived out in the wood, and just as Little Red Riding Hood entered the wood, a wolf met her. Little Red Riding Hood did not know what wicked creature he was, and was not afraid of him. "Good day, Little Red Riding Hood," he said. "Thank you, kindly wolf." "Where are you going?" "To my grandmother's." "What have you got in your apron?" "A cake and a drink." "Where does your grandmother live?" "I got quarter of a league farther on in the wood," replied Little Red Riding Hood. The wolf thought to himself, "What a tender young creature to be eaten. See, Little Red Riding Hood, how pretty the flowers are about here. Why don't you look around?
Little Red Riding Hood raised her eyes, and when she saw pretty flowers growing everywhere, she got deeper into the wood. Meanwhile, the wolf ran straight to the grandmother's house and knocked at the door. Knock, knock. Little Red Riding Hood, replied the wolf. Call out the grandmother. The wolf lifted the latch and went straight to the grandmother's bed and her. Then he put on her clothes, dressed himself in her cape, laid himself in bed, and drew the curtains. Meanwhile, Little Red Riding Hood had gathered so many flowers and set out on the way to her grandmother. She was surprised to find the cottage door standing open. She called out, "Good morning," but received no answer. She went to the bed and drew back the curtains. There lay her grandmother with a cape pulled far over her face and looking very strange. "Oh, grandmothers," she said, "what big ears you have." "The better to hear you with, my child," was the reply. "Oh, but grandmother, what big eyes you have." "The better to see you with, my dear." "Oh, but grandmother, what large hands you have." "The better to hug you with, my child." "Oh, but grandmother, what a terrible big mouth you have." "The better to eat you with." Hearing that, Little Red Riding Hood ran away, and she found a huntsman. The huntsman went straight away to the house and went into the room. He saw that the wolf was sleeping in it. He took a pair of scissors and cut open the stomach of the sleeping wolf. Later, the grandmother came out alive. The huntsman drew off the wolf's skin and went home with it. The grandmother ate the cake and then the water, which Little Red Riding Hood had brought and revived. Little Red Riding Hood then went back home and lived happily ever after. So, friends, the moral of the story is never trust a stranger. Thank you.
Please choose any number from the days on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 2, the phrase is, "The shoes didn't fit at all." I repeat, the shoes didn't fit at all.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeeper, teachers, and fellow friends. I am Aulia. I would like to tell you a story. The story goes like this. The shoes didn't of all, and suddenly I got a surprise from my father. He bought me a handphone. To my surprise, it was an expensive handphone for a child like me, which is an iPhone. I was very happy the moment I saw the box of the handphone. The color of my new iPhone is deep purple and it has 512 gigabytes. So I can capture a lot of pictures and videos using the new iPhones. But unfortunately, upon coming here in SARIKEI, my teacher didn't allow me to bring my new iPhone because she is afraid that I might lose it. So, teachers and friends, I would like to apologize as I wouldn't be able to capture our great moment together here in SARIKEI. I told my best friend about my brand new iPhone. She was happy for me. We went to a cafe in Mukah town. We ordered our food and drinks. Before we eat, I took a picture of our food and uploaded it in my social media, which is my Instagram. My Instagram name is Aulia_Mukah. I got a lot of likes from that picture. In the evening, I went to DIY to find my iPhone casing because my father did not buy along my iPhone casings. So I need to buy on my own. I bought 2 casings. They are black and pink in colors. I chose those 2 colors because I love a K-pop group named Blackpink. I can watch the video over and over again in my iPhone by using the YouTube apps. I think that's all. The moral of the story is love everyone. Thank you.
Thank you for the interesting story. Next, please come to the stage our 13th contestant with his story entitled The Woodcutter.
Thank you, Chairperson. A very good morning, I bid to the honorable judges, faithful timekeeper, supportive audience, teachers, and my fellow friends. I am Tervudol Anak Nasenyalu. Today, I am going to tell you a story entitled The Woodcutter. Once upon a time, there was a woodcutter named John. John was very poor, but he was always honest in his job. One sunny day, he took his axe and went into the nearby forest in search of wood. After searching for a long time, he finally found a good tree nearby a river inside the forest. This tree is good. I can get lots of firewoods. So, John the woodcutter started to work. Yeah. Swish, swoosh. Swish, swoosh, and plop. Oh no! As John was cutting the woods, suddenly his axe slipped from his hand and fell into the river. The river was very deep, so he couldn't get into the water to take his axe out. John started crying. Oh, what am I supposed to do? I have lost my precious eggs. Oh dear, oh dear. Suddenly, the water rippled and a large splash of water happened. A beautiful angel came out from the water.
Why are you crying, my dear woodcutter?
She asked, and John sang sadly. A woodcutter went to the woods to find trees he could cut, cut. My only ex is gone. Poor woodcutter is sad. John explained to her how his axe fell into the river. So the angel quickly dived into the river to look for John's axe. And after some time, she came out with a golden axe in her hand. But John refused to set that golden axe. So the angel dived again into the river, and this time she came out with a silver axe and gave it to John. Again, John refused and said, "This isn't mine. If I can't have my axe back, I won't be able to cut trees anymore," cried John. So, for the third time, the angel dived into the river, and this time, she came out with John's iron axe. He happily accepted his axe and thanked the angel. "Yay! This is definitely mine. Thank you, little angel," said John happily. The beautiful angel was pleased by John's honesty and kindness. So she rewarded the gold and the silver axes to the woodcutter for being honest. From this story, we can learn that honesty always gets rewarded. So never tell lies and always be honest, friend. Thank you.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present. Oh, sorry. Pick up the number from the days on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 5, your phrase is, he was surprised that the bear spoke. I repeat, he was surprised that the bear spoke.
You are given 30 seconds. Huh?
Thank you, Chairperson. A very good morning, I bid to the honorable judges, faithful timekeeper, supportive audience, teachers, and my fellow friends. I am Dan Budol Ananasinalu. Today, I am going to tell you a story entitled He Got Lost in the Forest. Once upon a time, there was a boy named Jack. Jack went into the forest nearby his house. After he got into the forest, he's searching for food because he is hungry. And then, suddenly, he couldn't find any way out from the forest. He got lost in the forest. Overnight, he slept in the forest. And the next day, he finding a food, and then he saw a bear. Suddenly, the bear spoke to him. "Where are you going?" The children. Jack was surprised because the bear can spoke. And Jack said, "I was lost. Can you show me the way out from this forest?" Say John. So the bear showed him the way out from the forest. And after some times, they finally got reached at the way out of the forest. Jack got to his home safely. Thank you.
Thank you for the beautiful story. Now let us welcome our 14th contestant with her story entitled Alibaba and the 40 Thieves.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeeper, teachers, and my fellow friends. Today, I would like to tell you a story. The title of my story is Alibaba and the 40 Thieves. Once upon a time, in a village of the Persian country, there were two brothers. The older one named Qasim and the younger one named Alibaba. Qasim was a selfish and greedy person. He took all the properties that their parents had left and only gave Alibaba one small house to live in. Alibaba was very hardworking. Every day, he had to chop the wood to sell at the market. Despite his hardship, Alibaba always helped his neighbors whenever they needed. One day, while he was chopping the woods, he heard the gallops of many horses approaching. The sound is getting louder. It looks like there is an army. Feeling that something was wrong, Alibaba hid behind the trees near there and watched what would happen. Not long after, Alibaba saw a group of people armed with swords coming to his side. They sang happily. Hoi, hoi, ya, hoi. Hoi, hoi, ya, hoi.
We have lots of treasures now. Hoi, hoi, yeah. How so happy we are now. All the diamonds shine. All the gold coins shine. Ha, 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 ha. Suddenly, they stopped in front of the cave. Open sesame! Ali Baba couldn't believe in his eyes. The rock moved and there was a path behind it. He waited there quietly. Let's go, brothers. We have to find somewhere richer. Those last time were so poor that we only got a little gold. Close sesame. Waiting for the gang to disappear, Ali Baba went inside the cave. Ali Baba was astonished to see all the gold inside it. What an unbelievable treasure! They must have stolen from a lot of people, poor people. Ali Baba decided to take all the gold and give it to poor people. Upon arriving home, Ali Baba told his wife the whole story. They borrowed scale from Qasim as they didn't have any tools to measure the gold. Ali Baba's wife told Qasim's wife that they were going to measure the grain, but she didn't believe it. So she put a little oil at the bottom of the scale to see what they were storing in their house. After getting the scale back, she realized that there was a coin on it. Qasim was very jealous. He visited Ali Baba. Where did you get all these things? Qasim kept asking and asking. Finally, Ali Baba told him about the secret rock. He could not wait. He ran to the cave and shouted, Open sesame! Soon, the door opened. He was very excited and he filled up his sack with all the treasures. However, when he was ready to go out, he found the doors closed. He said, Open, donkey! Open, monkey! He tried and tried, but it didn't work. Soon, the thieves came back. You are trying to steal our treasures, huh? Beat him. Qasim was beaten really hard. They left Qasim in pain alone inside the room. Ali Baba was very worried about his brother. He went to the cave. He carried his brother home. Qasim regretted his action and apologized to Ali Baba. They lived happily together ever after. The end. So, dear friends, based on this story, I have learned that we should not be greedy. Qasim was very greedy for taking all the treasures. And, unfortunately, he got into trouble as he was caught by the thieves. Well, that's all from me. Thank you.
Please choose your number from the desk on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 26. Your phrase, they were too young to fly. I repeat, they were too young to fly.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeeper, teachers, and my fellow friends. Today, I would like to tell you a story about the tortoise. Once upon a time, there lived the tortoise in the jungle. I want to fly. Can you help? Can you help? Can you help me? Huh? You cannot fly because you haven't You cannot fly. But I want to fly. Let me help you. Don't open your mouth, okay? Wow! I can fly! Wow! The tortoise fell into the jungle. Oh no! So hard! I say you cannot fly. But I still want to fly. But you are too young to fly. It's okay. But I want to fly again. Okay, but you cannot open your mouth, okay? Okay. Wow! I can fly again. Why you open your mouth? And the tortoise fell into the jungle again. So, dear friends, based on this story, I have learned that we should hear that what people say. Well, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful story. Our 15th contestant will present her story entitled The Pied Piper of Hamelin.
A very good morning to the organizing chairperson, panel of honorable judges, teachers, and my friends. The title of my story is The Pied Piper of Hamelin. Once upon a time, there was a town called Hamelin. The citizens were honest folk who lived contentedly in their stone houses. Then, one day, something strange happened. A lot of rats suddenly came into the town and disturbed the peace. "Oh, horrible rats! How dare you eat my cherry pie!" shouted a woman from her kitchen. Not only were the rats noisy and fierce, they also ate up whatever food they could find. And soon, the people were worried as there was very little food left. The terrified citizens gathered at the town hall and pleaded with their mayor for a solution. Then the mayor said, "Okay, whoever who get rid of the rats will get a reward." Just then, there was a loud knock at the door. To their surprise, there stood a tall man, dressed in bright-colored clothes, waving a gold pie at them. He said, "I am the Pied Piper. I can get rid of the rats." "Really? If you can do it, the reward is yours," said the mayor. "For 1,000 silver coins, I will solve your problem," answered the Pied Piper. "We'll give you 5,000. Not one, not two, but 5,000 if you succeed," exclaimed the mayor. The Pied Piper nodded his head and walked out into the street. At once, the Pied Piper started playing on his pipe. He slowly made his way through the houses, and behind him flocked the rats. The Pied Piper headed towards the river, and the rats followed him right into the river. And guess what? They were all drowned. All the people of Hamelin were delighted. Then the Pied Piper came for his reward. But the mayor changed his mind and would not pay the Pied Piper, saying, "The rats have gone. You can go too." The Pied Piper protested, "But you offer 5,000 silver coins." Then the mayor said, "It's a wonderful task you have done, but 5,000 silver coins? No, no, no. I will only give you 100. Take it or leave it." With his eyes flashing with rage, the Pied Piper said angrily, "You will be sorry for this." Then he walked out and started playing on his pipe again. This time, it was the children of Hamelin. Yes, you heard it right. The children of Hamelin who came running after him. No matter how hard their parents called to them, they continued to follow the Pied Piper as he walked into a cave. The townfolk waited for the children to return, but sadly, they were never, ever seen again. My dear friends, promises are meant to be kept. We shouldn't be like the mayor. Don't you agree? Thank you.
Please choose your number from the desk on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 9. Your phrase is moved slowly away from the wishing well. I repeat, moved slowly away from the wishing well.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Good morning once again, everyone. My impromptu story is Move Away Slowly from the Wishing Well. I'm pretty sure all of you will agree with me that our mother is our first friend, our best friend, and our forever friend. Well, my story begins like this. Once, there was a group of hunters who went hunting in a forest. Then, they saw a wishing well. They came closer to look at it. After some time, they slowly moved away from the wishing well, and they continued their journey. After some time, they were extremely tired, hungry, and frustrated, for they could not find anything. Then, all of a sudden, one of them spotted a pangolin resting under a tree. He immediately ran towards it and caught it. Upon seeing the man, the pangolin immediately coiled itself, refusing to uncoil no matter what the man did. The others even used sticks to hit it. Then, one of them suggested roasting it. And that was exactly what they did. As a result, the pangolin died. When they tried to uncoil the pangolin, what did they find? A baby pangolin. Yes, you heard it right. A baby pangolin. All this while, the mother pangolin was trying to protect its baby by refusing to uncoil. It was so heart-wrenching. My dear friends, in this story, the mother pangolin protected its baby till her last breath. Such greatness is a mother's love. Don't you agree? I would like to dedicate this story to all mothers present here. Thank you.
Thank you for the encouraging story. Next, I would like to invite our 16th contestant with her story entitled Little Girl's Dream.
Once upon a time, in a magical kingdom far, far away, there lived a little girl named Lily. Lily had a special gift. Whenever she closed her eyes, her dream would come alive and transport her to a enchanting place filled with wonder and adventure. One evening, as Lily prepared for bed, she snuggled under her cozy blanket and closed her eyes. Almost instantly, she found herself standing in a beautiful moonlit forest. The trees sparkled with tiny fairy lights, and the air filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. Curiously, Lily began to explore the magical forest. As she walked deeper into the wood, she discovered a hidden pathway covered in a glowing golden leaf. Intrigued, Lily began to follow the path. The path led her towards a small clearing where a group of woodland creatures had gathered. There were rabbits, squirrel, and even a wise old owl perched on a branch. They seemed to be waiting for her arrival. The old owl hooted softly and spoke. "Welcome, Lily. We've been waiting for you. We have a problem, and we believe you can help us to solve it." Lily nodded, eager to lend a hand. The creatures explained that the magical fountain in the heart of the forest, which provided water to all the plants and the animals, had gone dry, and they need her help to restore the fountain magic. Determined, Lily agreed and followed the animals into the center of the forest. There she saw a beautiful fountain, now cracked and empty. She placed her hand on the edge and closed her eyes, focusing on her thoughts to restoring the fountain magic. Suddenly, shimmering light surrounds Lily, and she felt a surge of energy flowing through her fingertips. The fountain came to life, and water started bubbling from its depth, flowing freely once again. The forest rejoiced as the plants regained their vibrant colors, and the animals danced in celebration. The grateful creature surrounds Lily, thanking her for her bravery and her kindness. The old owl spoke once again. "Lily, you possess a special gift that brings life and joy to wherever you go. Remember, even the smallest act of kindness can have profound impact to the world around you." And with those words, Lily's surrounding began to fade, and she found herself back in a cozy bed under the soft covers. She smiled, knowing that the magical forest and its inhabitants always hold a place in her heart. As she drifted off to sleep, Lily carried a lesson in her. The power of kindness and the belief within each of us lies about the ability to make the world a better place, one act of love at a time. And so, with a dream filled with magic and love, Lily peacefully slept and ready to embark on a new adventure in her dreamscape once again. The end.
Please choose your number from the desk on your left and then show it to the chief judge.
envelope number 18, the phrase is, the phrase is, the boy realized his mistake and, I repeat, the boy realized his mistake and,
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Once upon a time, there lived a rich kid named Jackson. He lived in a rich family. Her father spoiled him every day with new shoes, new gifts, and everything that is expensive. One evening, Jackson found his shoes were ripped off. It was just small scars. He ran to his dad and yelled at him, "I need a new shoes now!" Her father told him that he will get a new shoes on his birthday. Jackson was so angry because he wants a new shoes now. "Father, I said I want it now. Let's go to the shoe store now." The father was so angry at him and yelled at him, "Son, you will get your new shoes soon on your birthday. Hold on that, please." Jackson was frustrated and rushed to his room, stormed the door, and locked it. He was crying for hours in there because of his father doesn't want to give him a new shoes. The next day, Jackson wasn't going out of his room, not even a single step. That day was the special day where it's his birthday. Her father went to the store to buy a new shoes in his new car. On the way home, the father's rushing to the house, knowing that the son will not going out of the room if he doesn't get his new shoes. On way home, the father get into a car accident and passed away. Jackson was in his room, still angry about the shoes. Then the maid come in, knock on the door. "Mrs. Jackson, I have some news to tell you." The maid told him that the father has passed away. Jackson was so sad and rushed to the hospital, sat by the bed and cried, "Fathers, I'm so sorry about the shoes. I'm so sorry. I'm really, really sorry. Please don't leave me alone." He sighed beside the bed. The boy realized what he had done and he realized his mistake. And he promised that he won't do that things again. Friends, the moral of the story is not to be spoiled even though your family is rich. Thank you.
Thank you for the encouraging story. Our 17th contestant will entertain us with his story entitled A Little Sparrow.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, beloved teachers, and friends. My name is Alfredo Adrian. Today, I would like to tell you a story entitled A Little Sparrow. Long ago, in Japan, there was a kind old man who had a bad-tempered wife. They had no children, but the old man had a pet, a little sparrow named Goldie. The old man's wife hated the sparrow because her husband gave all of his attention to it. She was very jealous. One day, when she had enough, she grabbed a pair of scissors and snips off the sparrow's tail. Go away, you filthy old bird, and don't ever come back again. Poor sparrow flipped and flopped into the jungle without its proper tail. When the old man came back for supper, he could not find his sparrow. He looked everywhere and asked his wife again and again. At last, she told him what she had done. The old man was very upset. So he went into the jungle to go and look for Goldie. Goldie! Goldie! Where are you? Suddenly, it came flying to him wearing a beautiful Japanese dress. My dear friend, you must be very tired and hungry. Please come to my house for rest. Then, the old man realized that his sparrow was actually a fairy and not an ordinary bird. Thank you so much for the offer, but it's getting late and I must go home now. Before you go, let me give you a present. Look, I have a big and heavy basket on the left and another small and light basket on the right. Choose which one you like. The old man was not a greedy man, so he picked up the small basket. When he reached home, he told his wife about the little sparrow. Quick, quick! Let's look into the basket. Wow! It's full of gold! We are rich! We are rich! You silly old man. You should have taken the big basket. Then we'll be even richer. I'll go to the sparrow's house and get the other basket. No, don't go. We already have enough, said the old man. But his wife was a stubborn lady. So she went to the sparrow's house and asked for the big and heavy basket. On her way back, the basket grew heavier and heavier. At last, she put down the basket and opened them. What? She screamed and ran home as fast as she could. I promise I'll never be greedy and bad-tempered again, she said. From that day, she kept her promise. She always helps her husband to feed the birds that flew into the garden. My dear friends, the moral of the story is, one good turn deserves another. I hope you enjoyed the story. Thank you.
Please choose your number from the days on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 12, your phrase is flew to the top of the highest mountain. I repeat, flew to the top of the highest mountain.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Dear judges, I have an enchanting story to share entitled Flew to the Top of the Mountain. One day, there was a boy named Aaron. Aaron wanted to flew to the top of the mountain, but he kept thinking, how can I do that? He think days and days and days. He kept asking everyone. He even asked his mother. But one day, he had an idea. Maybe I'll use a hot air balloon. But then again, what if I get stuck? Well, but that didn't make him give up. He still wanted to fly at the top. So, he thought to himself, guess when I grow bigger, I would want to fly plane. So, when he got bigger and older, he fly a plane to go to the top of the mountain. And he said, wow, the view is amazing. Then he saw the most beautiful view. It was up the mountain. He landed the plane and walked to the top of the mountain. And he said, wow, it's so beautiful. But then, out of his blindness, he fell. So, my dear friends, remember, the moral of the story is, when you want to go somewhere, remember, there is always a price to pay. So, I hope you enjoyed the story. Thank you.
Thank you for the motivating story. Now, let us continue with the 18th contestant with her story entitled The Magic Paintbrush.
Good morning to the honorable judges, the wise timekeeper, teachers, and my fellow audience. My name is Esther Singhoy and I am 11 years old. Today, I'm going to tell you a story entitled The Magical Paintbrush. Once upon a time, in a small village, lived a young orphan named Lily. Lily was a kind-hearted girl, known for her drawing talent. Despite her difficult circumstances, she always found solace in her art. One day, while exploring the attic of the orphanage, Lily stumbled upon a dusty old chest. She was curious, so she opened it. It was a magical paintbrush.
Oh, wow! What a beautiful paintbrush! It feels so special. I wonder what will happen if I try to paint with it.
Lily brushed it across a blank canvas and colors appeared, blooming like flowers in spring. Lily was amazed.
Wow! It's like magic.
The paintbrush possessed the extraordinary ability to bring Lily's drawing to life. From that moment, Lily's life transformed. She was able to create magnificent landscapes, whimsical creatures, and breathtaking scenes with a magical paintbrush. The news of Lily's magical gift quickly spread far and wide, drawing the attention of a greedy sorcerer named Snape. Snape wanted to have that magical paintbrush, so he devised a wicked plan. He disguised as a humble artist and went to see Lily. As Lily sat by the river, she noticed a stranger approaching with a beautiful piece of art. The stranger was Snape. He greeted Lily with a friendly smile. Lily was intrigued by Snape's drawing, so she started talking to Snape. Then they became friends. Lily trusted her new friend. One day, Snape asked Lily, "Lily, your paintbrush holds such incredible power. I can't help but wonder, what masterpiece could I create if I had the chance to use it?" Snape tried to persuade.
I don't know, Snape. The paintbrush is special to me. What do you plan to do with it?
Lily asked. "I just want to see if my drawing can turn to life too if I use this paintbrush. What if I draw a butterfly? Will it become a real butterfly? I promise I'll return it soon." Reluctantly, Lily handed him the paintbrush, unaware of Snape's bad intentions. As soon as the brush touched Snape's finger, a sinister grin spread across his face. His true intentions were unveiled. He raised the paintbrush and began to paint with malicious intent. He drew monsters, bad creatures, and all the bad things emerged. The village was in chaos as all the monsters and creatures attacked the villagers. Lily was shocked as she witnessed the chaos caused by Snape. She wanted to retrieve the paintbrush from Snape. That night, Lily bravely entered Snape's mysterious mansion. She sneaked in quietly, searching for her special paintbrush. Finally, she stood face to face with Snape. Lily fought with all her strength against Snape and managed to snatch the paintbrush from his hand. The moment she held the brush, a surge of pure magic rushed to her body. She painted, undoing all the chaos Snape has caused. Finally, everything was restored, back to the way it was. The villagers were relieved that they were safe. They thanked Lily for saving them. The story of the magical paintbrush and the brave girl who used it serves as a reminder to everyone who hears it that true magic is not found in the brush, but rather in the person's heart and intentions. Thank you.
Please choose your number from the desk on your left and show it to the Chief Judge.
Envelope number 17. Your phrase is, but he cannot leave his parents. I repeat, but he cannot leave his parents.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Good morning to the honorable judges, the wise timekeeper, teachers, and my fellow audience. My name is Esther Singhoy and I am 11 years old. Today, I'm going to tell you a story about going on a vacation. In a big city lived a boy named Kim. Kim was 11 years old. One day, he was watching TV, but then he remembered something from the movie he watched. Well, that movie was going on a vacation. I want to go too. But he realizes that he cannot leave his parents alone. But he also wanted it, so he asked his parents if he can go on a vacation. And his parents said, "No, you are too young to go there." But then he did not listen, but he said, "All right." So then he was packing his things and he stole his parents' money to get his ticket and go on a vacation. On the day of the holiday, he grabbed the money and ran away from home. And he was at the airport. But when his flight called the number, he went there and the workers told him, "Huh? Little boy, what are you doing here? Where are your parents?" They asked. "Oh, they already went there," he said. And the worker said, "Oh, all right, you can go then." Now, he went there alone. When he got on the flight, he was flying there. But then suddenly, a person from his parents' friend came up to him. Kim, what are you doing here? Where are your parents? They're not going on a vacation." Then he said, "Oh." Then after they stopped, after the flight land down, they both went on a holiday together. And the woman called his parents and told him that he was with him. The parents were so worried. The moral value from the story is, don't leave your parents without your permission. Thank you.
Thank you for the inspiring story. Next, I would like to call upon the 19th contestant with her story entitled Hansel and Gretel.
Assalamualaikum and a good morning to the honorable judges, timekeepers, teachers, and my fellow friends. Today, I will tell you a story entitled Hansel and Gretel. Hansel and Gretel lived in a damp little cottage in the woods. Their mother had died one frosty day, so their father had married a new wife who was not as sweet as she seemed. In fact, she was as bad as a rotten apple. "Your children eat too much," she grumbled one day to her husband. "You must lose them in the woods and let the wild creatures care of them." The father was shocked.
If I do that, the wolves will eat them.
He protested. "And if you don't, we will all die of hunger," snapped the stepmother. "You must take them away tonight." She gave each child a morsel of stale bread. As soon as the first star shone, the children's father led them along a pathway through a crooked tree.
My dears,
He groaned. "Wait here while I search for firewood." Then away he stumbled back to his damp little cottage and his cruel wife. Soon wolves began to howl and the children shivered. "We have walked too far," said Gretel. "Our father is lost and so are we." "Cheer up, little sister," said Hansel with a smile. "I heard our stepmother's horrid plan, so I have marked every twist of the path with small white breadcrumbs." Alas! There was no trail to be seen. Hungry birds had stolen every crumb. So the two children slept on a bed of brown leaves. And in their dreams, there was a white dove circling around them, calling, "Follow me, follow me." When they woke up in the misty morning, there was a white dove fluttering away. "Let's follow the dove," said Hansel. "Things can't get worse." Almost at once, the children saw a wonderful cottage made out of gingerbread and candies. Suddenly, a sugar-sweet voice said, "Come in, my dears, and warm yourselves." An old lady stood by the door, and the children forgot to be frightened. In they skipped, and bang went the door. They were trapped inside a witch's house. Now her voice became as hard as a seaside rock. "Got you!" she cackled, locking Hansel inside an iron cage. "Boy, you will grow plump and juicy. Girl, you will be my slave." Poor Hansel, the witch fattened him up until he was as round as a gobstopper. At last, the witch shrieked, "Girl, build up the fire. I want boy pie for my tea." "I'm very sorry," said Gretel politely, "but I have never cooked a boy pie before. Do you think the oven is hot enough?" The witch stamped her foot and went into the oven. "It's hot, hot, hot!" she screamed. And no wonder Gretel had pushed her inside and slammed the door. In moments, Hansel was free. The two children grabbed the witch's treasure and raced outside to find the white dove waiting for them. Of course, the white dove led them home the shortest way, and when their father saw them, His smile was as warm as the summer sun. The moral of the story is, do not trust strangers. Thank you.
Please choose your number from the days on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 28. Your phrase is, the fairy lost her beautiful wings. I repeat, the fairy lost her beautiful wings.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Assalamualaikum and a good morning again to the honorable judges, timekeepers, teachers, and my fellow friends. Today, I will tell you a story about the hardworking fairies. Once upon a time, there were hardworking fairies in the woods, but one particular fairy wasn't hardworking. Instead, she was very, very, very lazy. To get whatever she wants, she said, "Look at my wings. Aren't they beautiful? You must buy them for me." So, every fairy heard her and do whatever she wants. The queen fairy heard of this and said to the lazy fairy, "Lazy fairy, you must do your work." But the lazy fairy replied with, I don't want to do my work. Look at my wings. Aren't they beautiful?" The queen bee had enough. So she said to the lazy fairy, "You must work or else I will cut your wings." But the lazy fairy didn't listen and she continued slacking. So the queen fairy cut off her wings. The fairy had lost her wings. The lazy fairy said, "Oh no, where are my wings? I can't fly anymore." She went to the queen fairy and pleaded, "Please give me back my wings. Please, please, please." The queen fairy said, "You must do your work and I'll give your beautiful wings back." So, the lazy fairy went to work. Now, she wasn't as lazy anymore. She is now very hardworking. So, the queen fairy decided to give her wings. But she thought, if I give her wings, then she will continue slacking. So, she gave another pair of wings to the fairy. The fairy said, "What type of wings are these? These are so ugly. These aren't my wings." The queen bee fairy said, "Well, I was scared that you will continue slacking if I will give you the wings. Now, promise me you won't slack anymore, okay?" The lazy fairy replied, yes. So the queen fairy gave her back her wings. Now she has her beautiful wings back. The moral of the story is, do not be lazy. Thank you.
Thank you for the lovely story. Our 20th contestant for today's competition will present his story entitled Dayang.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, the timekeeper, my day teachers, and my fellow friends. My name is Anak Tili Anak Cantik. Today, I would like to tell a story entitled Dayang. Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Dayang who lived with her mother in a village located in Kapit, Sarawak. Dayang was raised in a home full of love. Dayang was very close to her mother. One day, Dayang's mother went out to look for food in the jungle. Dayang, I'm going to look for bamboo shoot. Please be a good girl and stay at home, said Dayang's mother. Dayang was very upset and wanted to go with her mother.
I want to go too. I want to go too.
Dayang, don't be difficult. When I come back, I'll cook your favorite food, bamboo shoot curry, alright? Persuaded Dayang's mother.
All right, mother,
said Dayang, wiping the tears from her face. A little later, Dayang started to feel bored. So, she went out of the house to search for her mother's footsteps. After walking a while, Dayang came across a river with a small bamboo bridge. Dayang approached the bridge to cross the river. Suddenly, Dayang heard a sound. She looked down and saw a fish that looked like it was trying to speak to her.
do not cross this bridge, Dayang.
Blop, blop,
It is old and slippery.
blop, blop,
You might fall into the river.
blop, blop,
I wonder what the fish is trying to tell me.
thought Dayang. Dayang ignored the fish. She continued to walk across the bridge. Not long after, Dayang heard another sound. She looked down and saw some prawns jumping on the surface of the river. The prawns were trying to warn her. Beware, this beach is rickety and slippery. You might fall into the fast-flowing river.
Huh? What fun way to catch these prawns?
Thought Dayang. However, Dayang had not brought anything to catch the prawns with. She continued across the bridge. When Dayang had almost reached the other side, she noticed a huge snail by the riverbank. The snail was moving its tentacles. Be careful, Dayang. You might slip. The river is deep and fast flowing. You could drown if you fall into it.
What a strange snail.
Thought Dayang. Suddenly, the small bamboo bridge broke apart and Dayang fell into the river. She was carried away by the fast-flowing river. Cried Dayang as she struggled to save herself. Dayang's mother was near the river and heard her cries for help. She hurried in the direction of Dayang's voice. She was shocked to see Dayang crying out and struggling in the river. Without wasting any time, she quickly jumped into the river and swam over to rescue her. Dayang was safe.
Mother, please forgive me for not listening to you.
Said a tired Dayang as she sobbed. I forgive you, Dayang. I'm grateful that I was able to rescue you, said Dayang's mother. My friends, the moral value from this story is we should always listen to our parents, for they know what's best for us, and our parents will always be there when we need them. That's all from me. Thank you.
Please choose your number from the desk on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope 20. Yes. It was the most exciting moment. It was the most exciting moment.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Once again, a very good morning to the honorable judges, the timekeeper, my day teachers, and my fellow friends. My name is Anak Tili Anak Cantik. Today, I would like to tell a story entitled Last School Holidays. Last school holidays, my family and I went to Damai Beach Resort. We are so excited. The next day, we take a lot of things to go to the Damai Beach Resort. After we arrived there, my father was checked in the hotel. My brother was playing in the beach, and I was helping my mom cooking the lunch. Then we will go to beach and play there. After that, my mother was cooking the lunch and mm, and um, and give it to me. We are so excited there. The evening, we will go back to the home. That was the exciting moment that we have. The moral value from this story is we should always with our parents to create exciting moments. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the captivating story. Next, please come to the stage our 21st contestant with her story entitled Apple Blossom.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good day to all the judges, beloved teachers, and friends. Today, I would like to tell you a story entitled Apple Blossom. Once upon a time, there was a king. He was very, very handsome and kind. He wanted to marry a kind and beautiful girl. He looked everywhere for her. One day, a wise old woman said to him, "There is a girl called Apple Blossom. She is beautiful and kind. She will be a good queen. Go to the magic apple forest and you will find her." She said. The king rode for many days and many nights. At last, he came to the magic apple forest. The king walked through the apple forest. He looked at all the trees. Apples grew on everywhere. At last, he saw a very special apple tree. In the tree sat a beautiful girl with a long hair, and her voice was very sweet. Her name was Apple Blossom. She made the king mesmerized by Apple Blossom's sweet voice and beauty. Apple Blossom had a golden apple. The king was very happy. "Please marry me and be my queen. I will bring my horse and we can ride to my palace," said the king. The witch of the apple forest was very angry. "I want to live in a palace. I want to be the queen," said the witch. The king returned with his horse. "Why do you cover your face?" he asked. "I am afraid of the sun. Please take me to your palace." The witch lied to the king. The next day, the king was in his beautiful palace. He saw a bird at the window. It was crying. It wanted the golden apple. The king opened the window. "Here, little bird, you can have the apple," said the king. All at once, the bird changed into Apple Blossom. Apple Blossom told to the king about the witch. The king was very angry. He threw the witch out of the palace. Finally, the king and Apple Blossom lived happily ever after. The end. The moral of the story is that cheating was the most selfish thing that people can do to another. Sometimes people cheat when they are afraid. But for me, honestly, it was the best policy. Never cheat on someone who is good to you. Otherwise, it will get you back. So to avoid such bad things, you should be honest and true to yourself. Thank you.
Please choose your number from the days on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 22. Your phrase is, the presents were all gone. The presents were all gone.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good day to all the judges, beloved teachers, and friends. Today, I would like to tell you a story entitled Prison. One day, there was a beautiful girl named Clara. Today was Clara's birthday. So he decided to make a birthday celebration in her house. So the next day, Clara invited her friends to go to her birthday celebration. Clara was very happy because he wanted to talk to her friends about her birthday celebration. Then, at that night, her birthday celebration started. All of Clara's friends went to Clara's house. Clara was very happy because he saw her friends come to her house. And all of her friends gave Clara a present. Clara got the present. And then Clara didn't know where he want to put the present. So Clara suddenly thought he wants to put the present only on the table. Then, the next day, Clara saw her birthday present are gone. Clara don't know who get the present. So suddenly, one of Clara's friends named Faris gives her present, and then Clara don't know who get the present, and then thank you.
Excuse, you still want to have more session? Impromptu, not yet. Isn't it? Sudah. Okay. So, good. Okay, thank you. Coba tengok. Ada contestant 22? Ada? Ada? Okay. Okay, we stop at 22. Huh? Now let us welcome our 22nd contestant with her story entitled The Apple Tree and the Farmer.
Thank you to the master of ceremony. Thank you to the master of ceremony. A very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeeper, teachers, and fellow friends. I'm Fatima Zahra binti Abdullah. Today, I would like to tell you a story entitled The Apple Tree and the Farmer. Once upon a time, there lived a farmer in a village beside a forest. He had a big garden that had an old apple tree and beautiful flowers. When the farmer was a little boy, he spent much of his time playing with the apple tree. Those days, the apple tree had given the choicest of apples to him. However, as time passed, the apple tree became old and stopped bearing fruits. Now that the farmer was not getting any apples from the tree, he decided that the tree was useless. Therefore, he decided to cut the tree and use its wood to make some new furniture. He forgot that, as a boy, he had spent his entire childhood climbing the tree and eating its apple. Now that the apple tree was home to several little animals, this included squirrels, sparrows, and a huge variety of birds and insects. When the farmer took his axe and began chopping the tree, all the little animals came rushing down. They all began to plead with the farmer, "Please don't cut the tree. We have to play with you when you're small under this very tree. This is our home and we have no other place to go." The farmer was adamant. He raised his axe and the commotion grew. "Please don't chop and destroy my home and kids," cried the squirrel. "Please don't chop and destroy my nest," cried the little bird. The farmer, however, forgot his childhood and his animal friends. He began to chop the tree harder. All the little animal became desperate and wanted to protect the apple tree at any cost. The little animal said, "We will sing for you when you are tidying away in the field. We will look after your little boy. He will not cry, but instead will be entertained and happy." However, their cries have fell on deaf ears. Despite all their requests, the farmer continued to chop down the tree. All of a sudden, he noticed something shiny. On inspecting it, he realized that it was a beehive full of honey. He took a little and put in his mouth. The taste of honey woke up the little boy in him. Suddenly, the memories of his childhood came rushing back. The honey tasted so good that he wanted more. It brought a sense of happiness to him. He smiled and exclaimed, "This tastes amazing!" Realizing the change in the farmer's attitude, the little animals spoke in unison. The bee said, "I will always provide you with sweet honey." The squirrel said, "I will share any amount of nuts that you want." Finally, the farmer realized his folly and put down his axe.
He understood that the apple tree was home to many lovely animals that provided him with so many things. The farmer perceived that the apple tree was not that fruitless. He threw away the axe and said to the little creatures,
I promised I would never cut this tree. I have realized my mistake, and you all now can live in peace and harmony.
The little creatures thanked the bee profusely, then continued living happily in the old apple tree. The moral of this story is each and every living thing in nature is of some use, and we should not destroy any living thing. That is all from me. Thank you.
Please choose your number from the desk on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 19. Your phrase is, suddenly it rained heavily. I repeat, suddenly it rained heavily.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Thank you to the master of ceremony. A very good morning to the honorable judges, timekeeper, teachers, and fellow friends. I am Fatima Zahra binti Abdullah. Today, I would like to tell you a story. The rain that heavenly. Once upon a time, there have a girl. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the wonderful story. With that, now let us have our lunch break. We will start our next slot at 2 p.m. All the teachers and contestants are requested to be here again before or by 1:30 p.m. All the teachers and contestants must come here this afternoon because we will give away the certificates of appreciation to the teachers in charge and also the certificates of participation to the contestant at the end of our storytelling competition. Have a nice break. See you again later. Audience. We will continue our competition shortly. A soft reminder to all the audience, please put your phones in silent mode or turn off, lower down your voice. Thank you. And I see that all the contestants are all here and they are ready for the competition. Okay, without further ado, let us go upon our 23rd contestant who will present the story, her story entitled Si Tanggang the Ungrateful Son.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, loyal timekeeper, teachers, and to our fellow friends. I am Kasih Zakia Hassan, and I'm going to tell you a story entitled Si Tanggang the Ungrateful Son. Si Tanggang the Ungrateful Son. A long, long time ago, there lived a tribe of natives near a huge lake in a hilly area. Among them were Si Talang and his wife Si Daruma and their only son Si Tanggang. One fine day, young Si Tanggang rowed his boat out to the open sea alone. The captain of the ship nearby saw the healthy native boys and thought to himself that he would make a good crewman. So he sent two of his men to kidnap the boy to him. And so poor Si Tanggang was taken far away from his family. Many, many years passed. Si Tanggang grew into a handsome young man. He married the captain's only daughter and took over as the captain of the ship. He was known as Captain Tanggang. He became rich and well known. On one fine day, Captain Tanggang took his wife on a sailing trip. Before long, Captain Tanggang saw that a storm was approaching. He quickly guided the ship to the mouth of a river so that they could be sheltered from the storm. They sailed up the river until they reached a lake. Captain Tanggang was puzzled. This lake looks familiar, he said to himself. He called out to two native boys on the shore. But when they saw the captains, they ran towards the village, shouting, Si Tanggang has returned! At first, Si Tanggang's parents were shocked. His mother quickly prepared his favorite food. Then, both of his parents set up in their boat to welcome their son. When the rest of the sailors saw the two natives in their clothing, they began to laugh. Captain Tonggong felt ashamed of his parents. Truly, I tell all of you, they are not my parents. Chase them away! He shouted to his men. Oh, Tonggong, Sitaruma called out. I'm your mother. Look, I broke your favorite food. The sailors kept on laughing, and this made Captain Tonggong even angrier. Who are you people? I never know people like you two. Sing the boat, said Captain Tonggong furiously. His parents were very, very sad. After that, they rowed back to the shore. Once she was on shore, Sidaruma cried out loudly, Mighty God, my only son Tonggong has become so ungrateful. I hope he knows that I am his mother, the one that had given birth to him. Suddenly, thunder rolled and lightning flashed. A storm broke out. Captain Tonggong's ship was violently tossed to and fro. It began to break up. Realizing that he had done a great wrong, Captain Tonggong called out, Mother! Mother! Please do not do this to me. You are my real mother. Forgive me, for I have forsaken you. Mother, please. Alas, his voice could not be heard above the storm. The storm was over as suddenly as it had begun. Shockingly, the ship and all the people on it were turned into stone. From that day onwards, the story of Si Tonggong became a lesson for all of us. Thank you very much for listening.
Please choose your number from the desk on your left and show it to the Chief Judge.
Test. Envelope number 23. Your phrase is, will never give up no matter what. I repeat, will never give up no matter what.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
A very good morning to the honorable judges, loyal timekeeper, teachers, and to our fellow friends. I am Kasezaki Hassan, and I'm going to tell you about Don't Give Up No Matters What. Last Saturday, my school have a trip to Bintulu. So, my teachers send us to a homestay. On that day, we have a few games, such as find a treasure. Me and my friend tried to find the treasure. So we has been find a treasure. Then we continue find the next treasure. My friend tired and she want to give up. But I said, no, we can't give up. We must try to find the treasure until the end of this game. My friend said, but I'm tired. We have to take a rest first. But the time has been so long. We cannot find the treasure. But I already find the treasure in the back of a tree. So my friend realized that she is wrong. The moral of this story is we must don't give up no matters what. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for the wonderful story. Next, I would like to invite contestant number 24 with his story entitled The One-Eyed Mother.
Test. A very wonderful afternoon to the honorable judges, timekeeper, and members of the floor. Today, I will tell you all a story entitled The One-Eyed Mother. The story goes on like this. Adrian's mom only had one eye. Adrian hated his mother. She was such an embarrassment to Adrian. Adrian's mother cooked for students and teachers to support the family. One day, Adrian's mom came to him to say hi to him. He was embarrassed in front of everyone. I'm so embarrassed. How could she do this to me? His friend said this to him. Ew, your mom has only one eye? That's disgusting. Yuck. He felt like he just wanted to bury himself and disappear. He went to his mom and shouted at her. If you're only going to make me a laughing stock, then why don't you just die? His mom didn't respond. He studied real hard and got a chance to go to higher university. He took the only chance he had and left all of his past and his mom in that old rusty village. Meanwhile, Adrian, on the other side, was living the best of his life. He bought a house of his own, he got married and had kids. All of this were paradise to him. One day, Adrian's mom went to visit Adrian since she never saw her grandchildren and hadn't seen Adrian for years. When she arrived at the door, she knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Adrian's kids rushed to the door to see who it was. They found an old lady with one eye. They laughed at her without knowing her grandmother. Ha 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 ha! Look at this old lady. She has only one eye. They laughed at her. Adrian rushed to the door as he heard his children saying she has only one eye. When he arrived at the scene, he shouted at her, "How dare you come here uninvited? Get out of my property now." His mom responded, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I must have gotten the wrong address." She began to walk away. When she arrived at the village, she saw her friends. They hugged each other. "It's time to tell him the truth," she told her friends while sobbing. One day, Adrian got a letter from his elementary school. It was the reunion party, so he lied to his wife and said that he was going on a business trip. "I'm going on a business trip." When he arrived, he realized that there was no hotel or homestay, so he had to stay in that old rusty egg house. When he arrived at the house, he saw a note on a small table. It was from his mother. "My dearest Adrian, I am proud of you of becoming a successful person. I am proud of you each second. You see, when you were very little, you gotten into an accident, causing you to lose your eye and your dad. I was so sad seeing you in that condition. So I gave you my eye so that you can see the world within my eye. Your mother." He broke down on his knees and cried out, "Mother, please forgive me, please." He began to ask for forgiveness from his mother, who is already on the other side. The moral of the story is we must love and cherish our parents while they're still around. That is all from me. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.
Please choose your number from the desk on your left and show it to the Chief Judge.
Envelope number 16. Your phrase is, "I was tired yesterday, so I repeat, I was tired yesterday, so I
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
A very wonderful afternoon to the honorable judges, loyal timekeeper, and members of the floor. Today, I will tell you all an impromptu story entitled, I Regretted Taking That Nap. The story goes on like this. Once, there was a boy named Adam. Adam was a very quiet, busy boy. He always joins every activity in his school. One day, he was exhausted from everything that he had joined. He decided to take a nap. I'll take a quick nap. I'm so tired. He knew that he was going somewhere, but he didn't know when was it. When he took the nap, he was dreaming peacefully, not caring about anything. He was sleeping peacefully and soundly, not knowing that his parents had woken up him so many times, but yet he still didn't even respond because he was in a dead sleep. He was very tired that day. That's why he gotten into a dead sleep. His parents tried to wake him up, but yet they still failed. But at the end, they decided to leave without him. When Adam woke up, he realized that his parents were not there. He was quite confused and scared at the same time. Where are they? Did they left me? Until he saw the note on the table. It says, "You know, we left because you were so tired. We didn't want to bother you. I guess we'll brought you some food when you woke up. Your dad." He immediately regretted his decision. He was very, very regretting his own decision of taking a nap. He should have taken a nap in the car, but yet he still wanted to take a nap. And with that, we can learn that sometimes when we wanted to make a decision, always think before we do that. And that is all from me. Thank you for listening. Have a nice day.
Thank you for your heart-touching story. I would like to call our 25th contestant with her story entitled Love You Forever.
Test mic. A very good day I bid to everyone. My name is Caroline Evina and I'm going to tell you a story entitled Love You Forever. A mother held her new baby and very slowly rocked him back and forth, back and forth. She sang, I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby will be. The baby grew. He grew and he grew. He grew until he was 2 years old. He ran all around the house. He pulled all the books off the shelf.
He drew on the wall and he took his mother's watch and flushed it down the toilet. Sometimes his mother would say, "This kid is driving me crazy." But at night, when that kid was quiet, she opened the door to his room, crawled across the floor, and looked up over the side of the bed. If he was really asleep, she picked him up and rocked him back and forth, back and forth. She sang, "I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby will be." The little boy grew. He grew and he grew. He grew until he was 9 years old. He never wanted to come in for dinner. He never wanted to take a bath. And when grandma visited, he always said bad words. Sometimes his mother would say, "This kid is driving me crazy." But at night, when the kid was quiet, the mother quietly opened the door to his room, crawled across the floor, and looked up over the side of the bed. If that 9 years old boy was really asleep, she picked him up and rocked him back and forth, back and forth. She sang, "I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby will be." The boy grew. He grew and he grew. He grew until he was a teenager. He had strange friends and he wore strange clothes. He listened to strange music. Sometimes his mother would say, "This kid is driving me crazy." But at night, when the teenager was asleep, the mother quietly opened the door to his room, crawled across the floor, and looked up over the side of the bed. If that great big boy was really asleep, she picked him up and rocked him back and forth, back and forth. She sang, "I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby will be." The teenager grew. He grew and he grew. He grew until he was a grown-up man. He left home and got a house across town. But sometimes, on dark night, the mother got into her car and drove across town. If all the light in her son's house were out, she opened his bedroom window, crawled across the floor, and looked up over the side of the bed. If that great big man was really asleep, she picked him up and rocked him back and forth, back and forth. She sang, "I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby will be." That mother, she got older. She got older and older. One day, she called up her son and said, "You'd better come see me because I'm very old and sick." So her son came to see her. When he came in the door, she tried to sing the song, "I love you forever. I like you for always." But she couldn't finish because she was too old and sick. The son went to his mother. He picked her up and rocked her back and forth, back and forth. He sang, "I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my mommy will be." This story tells us that a mother's love will always be an unceasing love. Thank you.
Please pick any number from the days on your left and show it to the Chief Judge. You have pick another one.
Envelope number 11 is have never been to school before. I repeat, have never been to school before.
You have 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
A very good day I bid to everyone. The title of my impromptu story is Never Wanted to Come School. Once upon a time, there lived a boy named Kennedy. He doesn't want to come to school. One day, his mother asked him to go to the school, but she don't want to come to the school because he always not done with his homework. The next day, my friend and I went to his home to ask him to went to the class. But he still don't want to go. He always cry because his mother always told him to went to the class.
The moral of this story, we should went to the school. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the moving story. Let us welcome our 26th contestant with his story entitled The Great Race.
A very good afternoon to honorable judges, wise timekeeper, teachers, and my fellow friends. I am Adrelium, and I would like to tell you a story entitled The Great Race. The Great Race. Captain Redbeard was excited. The Great Parade Race was to be held the next day. The crew had been training for weeks. The Black Beast was sure to win. All the ships in the race had to sail out of Parrot Cove, around Skull Rock, and back to port. A dozen ships had entered the race, and the competition was fierce. The first one back to port would be the winner. The prize was a treasure chest full of gold. Every pirate was determined that his ship would win. Captain Redbeard and his crew were ready. The cannon boomed, and the race was on. A gust of wind filled the Black Beast's sails, and it raced into the lead. "We're on course to win! Get ready to collect our treasure," said the captain. The Black Beast sailed nearer and nearer to Skull Rock. It was a dangerous port. Many ships were wrecked on its reefs. The crew could see the broken ships in the water. Suddenly, there was a giant boom near the ship. "Shubba-me-tumba!" cried Captain Redbeard. There was a cannonball. "It's Nasty Norman's under a dagger," said Lizzie. "His crew is trying to sink us." "Nasty pirate!" squawked Finger. "Nasty thing! Perfectly nasty pirates!" "They will have to catch us first," cried Captain Redbeard. Captain Redbeard steered the Black Beast towards Skull Rock. "Captain, be careful!" cried Lizzie. "We'll be shipwrecked on the rocks." Nasty Normans and his crew followed the Black Beast. Boom! 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 Cannonballs flew from the red dagger, and clouds of smoke filled the air. Captain Redbeard smiled a grim smile. The crew gasped as the Black Beast drew closer and closer to Skull Rock. At the last moment, the captain swung the wheel sharply, and the Black Beast sailed away to safety. Nasty Normans and his crew couldn't see where they were going. There was too much smoke around their ship. They crashed right into Skull Rock. The black beast sailed into Parrot Cove in first place. Captain Redbeard collected the winner's treasure. But the real reward was watching Nasty Norman and his crew swim back to shore. Now, my dear fellow friends, what do you think is the moral value of the story? The moral value of the story is we must not cheat during a race, be fair and square when we join any competition. Honesty is the cornerstone of all success, without which confidence and ability to perform shall cease to exist. That's all from me. Thank you for listening to my story.
Please choose your number from the days on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 14, your phrase is, it was gloomy and the stars disappeared. I repeat, it was gloomy and the stars disappeared.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
A very good afternoon again to honorable judges, wise timekeeper, teachers, and my fellow friends. I am Adrenium, and I would like to tell you a story entitled Family Camping. A few weeks ago, my family and I went to camping. Our family includes my parents, my siblings, my cousin, my auntie, my uncle, and my grandparents. We have camping at the forest. At the morning, at 6 a.m. morning, we go to the forest. After that, we fishing on the lakes. On lunch, I helped my parents to do barbecue. The barbecue was delicious. We love all the barbecues. There are so many activities to do, like searching for fireworks and more. I helped my grandfather and my father chop off the woods to make fireplace. During the night, it was gloomy as the star disappears. We love to see the stars at night. On 10 p.m., we go to sleep after that. Sometimes I always get bitten by mosquitoes, so that's why I bring bug sprays. The moral value of the story is we must help our family. That's all from me. Thank you for listening to my story.
Thank you for the lovely story. Our 27th contestant will entertain us with her story entitled Umang.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. Good morning to our honorable judges, timekeeper, teachers, and members of the floor. I am Devivian Filijan Anak Belajar. My friends call me Fions, but at home, my family call me Umang. Today, I'm going to tell you a story about a girl who has the same name with me. The title of the story is Umang. Once upon a time, there was a little girl named Umang who lived with her mother in a long house in Batang Air. Umang was raised in a home full of love. Umang was very close to her mother. I love my mommy, my pretty mommy. She makes me happy when skies are gray. One day, Umang's mother went out to look for food in the jungle. Umang, I'm going to look for bamboo shoot. Please be a good girl and stay at home, said Umang's mother. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Umang was very upset and wanted to go with her mother. I want to go too. I want to go too. Umang, don't be difficult. When I'm come back, I'll cook your favorite food, bamboo shoots curry. All right? Persuaded Umang's mother. All right, mother, said Umang, wiping the tear from her face. A little later, Umang started to feel bored. So, she went out of the house to search for her mother's footsteps. After walking a while, Umang came across a river with a small bamboo bridge. Umang approached the bridge to cross the river. Suddenly, Umang heard a sound. She looked down and saw a fish that looked like it was trying to speak to her. Do not cross this bridge, Umang. Is it old and slippery? You might fall into the river. What? I wonder what that fish is trying to tell me, thought Umang. Umang ignored the fish. She continued across the bridge. Not long after, Umang heard another sound. She looked down and saw some prawns jumping on the surface of the river. The prawns were trying to warn her. Beware! This bridge is rickety and slippery. You might fall into the fast-flowing river. What fun it would be to catch this prawn, thought Umang. However, Umang had not brought anything to catch the prawn with. She continued walk across the bridge. Suddenly, the small bamboo bridge broke apart and Umang fell into the river. She carried away by the fast-flowing river. Help! 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 Cried Umang as she struggled to save herself. Umang's mother was near the river and heard her cries for help. She hurried in the direction of Umang's voice. She was shocked to see Umang
crying out and struggling in the river. Without wasting any time, she quickly jumped into the river and swam over to rescue her. Umang was safe. Mother, please forgive me for not listening to you, said Umang. I forgive you, Umang. I'm grateful that I was able to rescue you. Dear teachers and friends, this story brings a valuable lesson to children like you and I. Each child should obey and listen to their parents. We must know that our parents always want the best for us, and they care so much. Learn from Umang, who almost drowned in the river because she disobeyed her mother. That's all. Thank you, everyone.
Please choose your number from the desk on your left and show it to the Chief Judge.
Envelope number 24. Your phrase is taking a deep breath before started singing. Taking a deep breath before started singing.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
The last month, my school make a singing competition. Me and my friends joined the competition. We are very excited for sing. My friends to go to the stage first. She was very nervous. I said to her, take breath before you singing. She take a breath and then she continued to sing. And then she after that I was sing.
I take a breath again. I am not nervous. I was very confident for I was singing and sing. After that, my friends be a champion of the singing competition. The lesson of my story is always always to be confident. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the beautiful story. Contestant number 28 will present her story entitled The Nightingale.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. A very good afternoon. I bid to the honorable judges, pension timekeepers, teachers, and my fellow audience. Today, I am going to tell a story entitled The Nightingale. Once upon a time, the Emperor of China lived in the most beautiful palace in the whole world. The palace was built of porcelain, and its garden had exotic flowers hung with silver bells. Nearby was a dark forest that sloped down to the sea, where ships passed under the branches of trees. In the trees lived a nightingale with a song so exquisite that even the busiest fishermen stopped to listen. One day, the emperor read about the nightingale in his new book. "What is this? A nightingale in my forest?" said the emperor. I never heard about that," said one of his courtiers. The emperor was angry and he demanded to see the nightingale. "Bring him to my palace. He will sing for me tonight, or the entire court will be punished," he commanded. All his courtiers start searching for the nightingale. Eventually, they found the little kitchen maid who was willing to take them to it. As they were walking in the forest, suddenly they heard a beautiful song. Finally, they found the nightingale. The nightingale agreed to follow them and sang in the emperor's court. Back at the palace, the nightingale sang so sweetly that tears from the emperor's eyes. He sang even more beautifully, and the emperor's heart melted. The emperor decided to keep him in his palace. The poor bird didn't feel happy, even in a golden cage. He wanted to be free and sang in the forest. One day, the emperor received a large parcel. When they opened the buyers, everyone in the court was amazed by the toy. This bird always sang the same song beside the emperor's bed. Meanwhile, the real nightingale who had been caged had escaped. He felt very sad because the emperor forgot about him. Many years go by. The emperor still happy with his mechanical nightingale. But one night, while amid song, they were bang and whirr. The bird broke down and the music stopped. The emperor felt very sad and became ill. The real nightingale heard the sad news and flew back into the emperor's chamber, then sang him one of the most beautiful songs. The emperor was smiling happily. The nightingale promised to always come and sing whenever he liked. The emperor now has realized that the nightingale belonged to the forest, and he is a free bird. From this story, we learn that true friends will always concerned about you and be with you no matter what happens. So, we have to appreciate our friends. Thank you.
Please pick your number from the desk on your left and show it to the chief judge.
Envelope number 25, and your phrase is, and all my friends are busy. I repeat, and all my friends are busy.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
Once again, thank you, Master of Ceremony. A very good afternoon I bid to the honorable judges, pension timekeepers, teachers, and my fellow audience. Today, I am going to tell a story about busy. Once upon a time, there was a young girl named Lily. Lily is a kind, charming girl. She always gets what she wants. One day, she was in her room drawing something. Then she began to feel bored. Then she walked out of her room. She wondered where her parents is. Turns out that her parents busy from work. She felt very sad and she wants to meet her friends. She then began to call her friends, but her friends said that they are busy. She felt very sad again and she was crying helplessly. But Suddenly, the lights went off. Lily felt scared. She wondered what has caused it. She then began walk to the living room. She felt someone was in front of her. Then the lights came again. Her friends and her parents are in front of her. But there was a huge cake and a happy birthday banner on the rooftop. Her parents and her friends congratulated her for her birthday. She felt very happy and wondered why. And she wondered if this was her birthday. Her parents said that they and her friends gathered together to work to this party and surprise her. She felt grateful and thankful to her parents and her friends. She received many gifts. She felt this was the most memorable day on her life. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you for the encouraging story. So, members of the floor, we are into our final contestant with his story entitled Princess Rose and the Golden Bird.
Hello. Thank you, Master of Ceremony. A very good afternoon to honorable judges, accurate timekeeper, teachers, and my fellow audience. Today, I would like to present a story entitled Princess Rose and the Golden Bird. Many years ago, in a kingdom far away, there lived a beautiful princess. She had long red hair and loved roses so much that everyone called her Princess Rose. Every evening after dusk, Princess Rose went out on the balcony and clapped her hands. A golden bird came and alighted on her shoulder. Instantly, her hair began to shine ablaze with brilliant red light. When the bird started to warble its enchanting tune, Princess Rose joined in. La la la, la la la. Everyone in the kingdom fell asleep and had sweet dreams. One day, something terrible happened. A wicked witch learned about Princess Rose and decided to stop her. So this is a secret. I got my powers from people's nightmare. If they sleep well, I don't have any more power. I must put a stop to this. The witch raised her hand and said, "Kaboom! May the rose's color dim." At that moment, Princess Rose's hair turned as black as tar. "What's happening? Why is my hair black?" cried the princess. That evening, Princess Rose was on her balcony and clapped her hands. But when the golden bird appeared, her hair glowed black instead of red. The bird warbled its enchanting melody, and Princess Rose sang her lullaby, and everyone in the kingdom fell asleep. But they only had bad dreams and nightmares. The next day, the silent princess asked the golden bird, "Tell me, golden bird, how can I make my people's dream sweet again?" "Black hair in rose water," the bird chirped in reply. The princess filled up a basin with water and sprinkled rose petal on its surface, and she dipped in her hair. And immediately her hair turned red again. The princess was delighted. That evening, the golden bird and Princess Rose sang together. The red and red glow of her hair lit up the night sky once again. All of the kingdom fell asleep. The next day, the wicked witch learned about this. She was very angry. "Ah, I hate this," she said, and cast a second spell. This time, she destroyed all the roses in the entire kingdom. Not a single one was left. Ha 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 ha, the witch laughed happily. The princess was so upset when she saw her hair had turned black again. So great was her anguish that she cried bitterly, and a drop of a tear fell to the ground below. At that very moment, a young, handsome prince who had stopped under the princess' balcony took out a little box. Inside was a single red hair. He bent down and placed the hair atop of the princess' hair. And a miracle happened. The red hair turned into a red rose. The prince took the rose to the princess. Upon seeing that rose, the princess was filled with joy. She plucked its petal to add to the water, and she dipped in her hair, and her hair turned red again. And her curse had been broken by the power of love. The wicked witch evil nature sweat so much that she exploded into 1,000 tiny pieces. And roses began to bloom in every garden in the kingdom once again. And Princess Rose sang her lullaby, and everyone in the kingdom fell asleep. My dear friends, we should never get jealous of others. Jealousy is hurt. It makes us feel angry. Anger makes us do something bad. Never let anger control us. With this, I end my story. You?
Please choose your number from the desk on your left, then show it to the chief judge.
Envelope 31. Your phrase is, the sound became louder and everyone got terrified. I repeat, the sound became louder and everyone was terrified.
You are given 30 seconds to think of the story that you want to present.
A very good afternoon once again to honorable judges, accurate timekeeper, teachers, and my fellow audience. Today, I will going to present a story entitled Two People Going Hunting. Once upon a time, two young men went to the forest and for hunting. After that, they went on a tree and cut it down to make a firework. They started hunting and prepare their items. And then they went fishing. Suddenly, they heard a loud voice coming from the bushes. They thought it was just an animal. But the longer it became, the louder the sound was. After they catch many fish, they saw a giant shadow and roared at them. They ran away straight towards their village and saying that there was a monster. But the people in the village didn't believe them and said they were lying. And the next day, on that night, they saw a huge shadow coming from the back of the house. They screamed and shouted, "There was a monster!" The monster roared at them. And the monster destroyed their house. They quickly ran out of the house, and the monster chased them into the forest. The next day, they found a spot to build a new village so that the monster wouldn't disturb them again. The moral value of the story is we shouldn't go to the forest at night so that nothing can follow us. I hope you will enjoy my story. Thank you.
Thank you for the interesting story. With that, that's the end for this year's state level storytelling competition for primary school.